Today is February the 8th, 1998. The survivor is Herman Berkowitz. Interviewer is Heidi Bratt. City is Flushing, New York. Country, USA. The interview is being conducted in English. I'm Heidi Bratt, and I have the privilege of interviewing Mr. Herman Berkowitz. Today is February 8th, 1998. We're conducting this interview in Flushing, New York, in the United States of America, and the language is English. We're doing this for the survivor of the Shoah Visual History Foundation. And you'll give me a font. This is tape one. We're interviewing Mr. Herman Berkowitz. Mr. Berkowitz, please state your full name and spell it.
Herman Berkowitz, H-E-R-M-A-N. Berkowitz, B-E-R-K-O-W-I-T-Z.
And what is your date of birth?
August 3, 1926.
And how old are you today?
72.
And do you have any other names?
No.
Any Yiddish
In
names?
Yiddish, yes. Yehuda Hersh.
And what was your father's name?
Eliyahu Berkowitz.
And your mother's name?
Fradl Hershtik, her maiden name. Fradl Hershtik, her married name was Berkowitz.
What town were you born in?
Krečuništ, Latisa. It's near the city of Siget,
What country is this?
Romania.
Did you have brothers and sisters?
Yes, I do. I still do have them.
Okay. How many were in your family?
We were 7, and we remained 5. 2 of my younger sisters were gassed and burned with my parents together in Auschwitz.
Can you name your family? And
Yes, I can. My older sister is Toby. My next to her is Leah. I am after. Then after me is Roji. And then is my brother Meyer. These are the 5 we are alive today. I had 2 younger sisters, Minje and Hamasura, and they are alive. They were killed by the Nazis.
can you tell us a little bit about your early memories about growing up in Krečuništ?
Krečuništ. This is spelled in Romanian, Krečuništ. We used to call it in Yiddish Krečenev, which there is a Krečenev yeshiva in Rehovot coming from our town. Well, I grew up in a home where it was working people. We had some farm, some land, we had some cattle, we had horses, and we worked with it. We worked the land, so we had what to eat. Also, in our time that we finished our work, we went to work for someone else to make some parnusa, some money.
What were there a lot of was this a big town? Do you know how many with the population of the
By
town?
us,
Yeah.
I would say about 400 Jewish couples. I mean, about 1,000 people, children, grown, but parents, you know.
The town had about 1,000 people.
Yeah.
And about half of them were Jewish?
Well, the one I'm explaining was all Jewish. We lived in half of the town was Jewish, and the other half in the backwards was mostly Ukrainian. But we lived, all the Jewish people lived on one street, long, and there was only Jewish people.
Was there a name to this street?
No, we had no name. Just plain when someone asks you where you from, Kretchenev. And that spelled out, they know already that this is the town.
So did your family used to go to Siget a lot? Do you go to the big city, or?
Yes, I remember I was already about 12 years old. I was going to Siget, and we used to bring, like trucking in America, we used to do it with horse and buggy and wagon. And I used to bring from Siget to the stores, to the local merchants, all kind of flour, in general, everything. Everything that was sold, food in the store, we used to bring it from Siget.
What do you remember about school? What was your school like?
School, I started Cheder when I was about 5. And we started early in the morning till we came home around 8 o'clock. We had breakfast. We started around 5 a lot of times. We came home, we had breakfast, and we went to public school. Public school was till around, I think, around 2 o'clock. We came home, we had lunch, and we went back to school, back to Cheder, to yeshiva.
Do you remember playing with a lot of kids there? How did you feel about school?
We loved it. I had friends. I had a lot of friends. I still have friends today. They live in Cleveland. They're still alive today.
Do you remember your teachers?
Yes.
Was there any particular subject that you really liked?
You asked me if I remember the teacher. Yes. In 1986, we went to Kretchenev, to Romania, for a trip from Israel. And I had a cousin in Israel, lived in Holon. He says to me, please take a box of dates that it's produced in Israel. Take it for the teacher. Let him see. So I went with my sister and my brother-in-law and my wife, the 4 of us. So as we came into our town, Kretchenev, I went to see the teacher. He was still alive then, and he spoke Jewish as good as I did. He used to go by Shabbos. That was before, when we were home. He used to pass by Shabbos, our street, because he lived in the other part of the town. And he used to say to everyone, good Shabbos, did you learn the Perek today, what Perek is today? You know, the Perek, this is the, what do you call it in English, the ethics of the fathers. And he used to know a lot of, from the Bible, everything. So when I visited him in 86, he still spoke Jewish, not having Jews there for so many years, he didn't forget. So he asked me how is everything, and I gave him a needle. I said, you know, you chased us out from here, and we have now in America your students that they used to live near the school by the name Feuerwerger. I said, you know, they're all millionaires, which one is true. One of the sisters who lives in Canada, it's true. I just felt like he should have something to, you know, what they did to us.
What's his name, this teacher?
His name is, it's an Ukrainian name. It was called Maroschak. It's a Ukraine. Maroschak was the family name, and his name was Tsitsu. I wouldn't know how to spell it. And I attended the school there, and I know he used to be my teacher.
What other sort of things did you like to do as a little boy when you weren't in school and you weren't?
We used to play around. We used to play around with other boys. In the spring, we used to go out on the field. Like by us, was no big buildings. Was only one family homes, you know. And we used to go out on the field back of our house was field. And we used to play soccer there with the kids. And in the winter we used to have with the sleds. Everyone was building a sled from wood. And we had hills. We used to roll down the hills. We were occupied always a little bit.
Did you play with, were your friends just Jewish children, or did you play with the Gentile children too?
Only Jewish children, not because of discrimination, just because we lived in a separate part of the town, and we didn't have any connection with the other children, only in school. In school, on a break, we used to mingle. But playing, they didn't come to us, we didn't go to them. It was a little bit a distance.
What was it like in your house? There were so many children. How did you...
Don't ask. We had 2 beds. That was one for my father and one for my mother. We slept on the floor on straw sacks. We used to fill up the sacks with straw, and we slept on the line, all of us. In the summer, we used to sleep on the barn, on the roof on the barn. We had fresh hay brought in. It was so smelling good. And we used to see the moon shining in, through the cracks. And when it was raining, you could hear the rain hitting the roof,
But did you know that you didn't have that much, or did it matter?
No, it didn't matter. We were satisfied what we had. Of course, there was other children had more, richer people, but we were satisfied what we had.
Were you especially close to any of your siblings when you were a little boy?
Yes.
Who were you very close with?
Well, I was close with all of them. We were very close, because we were all deported at the same time, so up till then we were all close, we all worked together.
And there were how many girls, how many boys?
We were 5 girls and 2 boys, which 3 girls are alive today, and my brother and I. And
you were the oldest boy?
Of the boys, yes.
So what was your responsibility as the boys, and then what did the girls have to do? What did the boys have to do?
Well, we shared every work we could. We shared. I remember it used to come Passover, and we had a lot of potatoes from our farm, and it was in the basement over the winter. And Passover, we used to take them out, big potatoes, and we used to peel, and everyone gave a hand. We used to peel, and we used to cook a lot of what we call latkes, gremslach, from raw potatoes and from cooked potatoes. And then we used to make like a big pudding, a potato pudding, this thick and this big, and it used to be delicious. But again, I'm saying, everyone pitched in, one peeled and one grated. We didn't have a machine like here to grate. We had those by hand to grate. So we were all involved in everything. Of course, my older sister, when she became, I think, 17, 18, she went out to work. Matter of fact, sometimes she left home to a bigger city, which was better paid in a bigger city. In our town was very little, was no factories, nothing of the kind. And she went to a bigger city, so she made some money, she sent it home.
What do you remember about Shabbos?
Very nice. Shabbos, Friday afternoon, everything stopped. My father, no matter where he was, coming home with the horses and wagon, when he couldn't make it in time home, he never rode on the wagon, he walked and came home. And of course, my mother used to bake challah in the morning, Friday morning. She used to bake twice a week, Monday and Tuesday. Friday was challah, special. And also, in the winter time, we used to put in chulent in the oven, seal up the oven. The oven was hot, preheated, and it was an oven from bricks. You know, it was kept very hot. And used to make chulent in there. Used to make pitcha. If you know what pitcha is, it's made from a leg from a cattle, from a steer. And my mother used to make it half, used to call it chilled. The other half used to be hot with peinetzloch, with toasted bread, and it was made sweet and sour, and it was delicious. And also she used to put in a pot of fruit, like prunes, dried prunes, pears, and we used to cook overnight in the oven. In the morning next day we had like a dessert, you know, side dish. And Friday night was beautiful. Everyone was sitting by the table. Everyone participated. We all went to shul. We came home. Yeah, that's what it is.
Do you remember the holidays in your house?
Yes, sure. It was always, we observed all the holidays.
What was Pesach like?
I just told you before, a lot of work with potatoes, grating potatoes, because that was the basic food. Meat was very expensive. My mother used to buy for a Shabbat for 7 and 2, 9 people. She used to buy 2.5 kilos. That's like 5 pounds of meat. So eat for 3 meals, Friday night, Shabbos morning, and sometimes leftover. So each one used to get like a piece, a square, small little piece, because it was very expensive meat.
What about Yom Kippur?
Everyone fasted Yom Kippur, of course.
What did it look like in the shul?
It was different than here. By us, Yom Kippur was a lot of big candles lit on a table in shul. On the floor they had straw, because everyone was just wearing socks, because we couldn't afford a lot of shoes, slippers, or a shoe that is not from leather, you know, like here we do. So we used to wear and walk in the socks. So there was straw on the floor, so it was clean and nice. And we had a very good chazan, very good.
You remember the rabbi?
I think the other time I didn't remember, but I think I remember him now. The rabbi of the town, his name was Avram Chaim. I don't remember his family name, but his name was Avram Chaim. We also had a shochet that he was the slaughterer for cattle for our town, and his name was Ben Zion Schechter. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you a story for after when the war broke out, and in our neighborhood the Hungarians came in 1940. We were no more in Romania under the Hungarians. That was the adjustment with Hitler to give back peace to Hungary. This used to belong to Hungary in 1914, Austria-Hungary. So the new law came that we cannot slaughter cattle the Jewish way. We have to hit it with a pointy hammer in the brains, in the head, and then you can slaughter it. But we had certain people, like I mentioned before, the teacher, Marashchak, his father was like in charge of sanitation, something like that. So he was observing the shechita, it should be done the way they wanted, with the hit and the hammer. But of course, for money, he first let us, we have to watch, no stranger should be in the midst. It was a small slaughterhouse, very small, down near a river, where I said before the Tiso. It was a flowing river, so there was a slaughterhouse. And we used to watch, if no stranger was around, We used to slaughter first and then hit it in the head. And he got money for that. He didn't, it wasn't free. But we already had kosher food. We had always observed up to 100%.
Tell us about your father. What do you remember about him? What did he look like? What kind of nature did he have?
My father was a good man, good-natured man. He helped a lot of people. My mother was always mad at him. Why do you do these things? They're taking advantage over you. He says, well, what can I do?
What kind of things did he do to help people?
Well, he didn't help. He thought he helped. This in particular thing was a cousin of ours that he had the slaughterhouse that I was talking before, and he used to slaughter a lot of sheep, lamb, and they used to ship it to Germany, to Austria, export. So he had a lot of sheep on the land, and they needed to eat food. My father came in October. They used to draw in all the grain from the land in the town, in the city of Siget. So he used to leave the horses there for a whole week, and they were going around, and they were, like today they have the combines that you throw in the corn or wheat, and it comes out on one side a sack of wheat, and the other side is the hay, the straw. There we didn't have that, so the horse had to go around and around. I'm sure you saw it in the movies with donkeys doing it. And for a whole week, and Friday he used to get the product from that for the labor for the whole week. Now they had I can't remember the name of it, what they make oatmeal from now. I can't remember what you call it. It's not wheat, it's not corn. Oats. And we couldn't do nothing with it to eat somehow. We were not adjusted like today. So when my father used to come on Friday with a wagon with the sacks of oats, this person, like I said, he was a little cousin also by name Berkowitz. He used to say, Elia, you don't need this. You give it to me for my lamb. I'll give you meat. I'll give you meat every week. So my father believed him. That's what my mother always hollered at him. Why do you believe everyone? Try not to believe. So when my father used to go Thursday for a piece of meat, he used to give him all the leftovers with bones, like throwing it for a dog. You don't pay for it, My father was a good man. In his young age, he was a very strong man. They used to call him Elia the Reuter, Elia the Red, because he had a red beard. My grandson, they always comes from that.
And what about your mother?
My mother was home. She was one of the best women around.
What do you remember about her nature?
Nature, very good. My mother told us a story. I showed you a picture there. I said, this is my brother, but he died before the war. He was a brother to me from one mother, from the same mother, not from the same father. His father, my mother was married before, and his name was Zalman. And he got wounded in Italy somewhere in World War I. And he came home, he didn't live too long, and he died, and remained a boy. My mother was 20 years younger than my father. My father's first wife died and left 3 children, 2 girls and a boy. And so they introduced my mother to my father, and she said, there's only one thing that I'm looking is my son to be taken care of. He says, he'll eat what I eat, what we eat. But the 2 daughters in the house, they didn't believe. I'm not going to say any more further, because if I ever show the film for my cousins, it wouldn't be fair what I'm going to say.
But your mother treated everybody.
Yes, but she wasn't treated good because they looked at my father, at my mother, that they were practically the same age, with a 2 or 3 years are different from my mother. And my mother, there was a lot of things. There was a thing like my mother, my brother came home playing with the boys, and we didn't have too much challah, white bread. It was expensive. We used to eat a lot of corn from the corn. We had corn. We used to make bread from corn, like here they have corn muffins, you know, but bread. And he used to come home. He used to say, "Ma, how come all the boys they're playing around, have white bread, and I don't have?" You couldn't tell a young boy that. They used to lock up. Again, I'm going too far. I'm not going to show him the film. I'm not going to do it. They used to lock up the white challah, and my brother, he was like a stepchild, you know, he shouldn't get. So my mother came to on something. That's what I'm saying. She was a smart woman. No one can think like this fast. We had a neighbor across the street, fine people, all fine people. So Friday morning when she baked challah, the girls were sleeping. She used to take a piece of dough and take it into the woman and say, I don't remember the name from the woman. Even they were a neighbor, I don't remember. She says, "You bake this challah and my son will come in. I'm going to send them in to borrow a couple of slices of challah." So he used to go in, whatever her name is. My mama said, "You should give me 2 slices of challah, she'll pay you back." And he was happy, he was running around with challah. One time, got smart, he says, "Ma, you don't pay back never. I take, but you never pay back that thing, the challah." So, my mother told us the story. Now, the 3 children from my father's first wife, like I said, was 2 daughters and a son. The son was here, he lived here till about 6-7 years ago, and he died at the age of 90. He had a stroke, he was in a hospital for 10 years at a home. But this son wanted to go to America. He didn't want to go in the Romanian army. It was very bad for Jews. So there was no money. My mother went to her sister, one of the sisters that you see in the picture there, and borrowed money and sent them away to America. And as he was here in America, he used to send occasionally, not too much. He always thought that we don't need anything. The sister wrote, the papa doesn't need nothing. So we had in our town an organization that we had a lot of people in America, and they used to send money, and they used to divide for the poor people in our town. So my mother went in once to this shochet that I said, Benzien Schechter. He was the head there. He filled out names who needs assistant. My mother went in and said, "I need assistant."
This is the end of the first tape.
Okay.
Beginning of tape 2, we're interviewing Mr. Herman Berkowitz. You were saying.
So my mother put down her name on the list to get assistance because we need it. So my brother used to send for Pesach $10 and for Rosh Hashanah $10. What was $10 in a family like this? It was lost. So my brother used to attend the meetings in the society, and he was ashamed. He saw his parents' name on the list for assistance. He says, no, you cross off my parents. I send them off. And he didn't. So my mother wrote him a letter, nice, because my mother always helped him. He had asthma. He worked in the Ford trade. He had asthma. My mother made some Google Moogle, send him to help him for that. So my mother writes a letter to him in Jewish, which the card is also in Jewish, you see. And she says like this: "It's better, es besser zu haben a Schande in Punem wie a Weituk in Herz. It's better to have, you should be ashamed in your face than to have a Weituk. It's than to have like a problem, you know, not to have what to eat." So I don't remember the answer of that, but my mother told him, "You're ashamed, but we don't have what to eat." And so on, and my mother was always tops. Every mother is tops, but my mother was special.
What happened? Things started to change. The Hungarians
Came in, yes.
What started to? How did life for you start to change?
The first year was good. It was a little bit prosperity. We made a little bit better out the first year. Then it started going back. And it started, because they came in 1940, 41, Hitler started war on Russia, and the Hungarians went with them. So in 41, they took all Jewish boys out of the army, regular army. They put them into labor battalions. My uncle, my mother's brother that I said before, he was in Russia. He was there for 4 years on the front line. And he worked for the Germans, for the Hungarians, just labor, all kind of, any labor they needed, they used the Jewish boys. They didn't even wear no uniforms, just a band with the insignia, what regiment they are, and that's it. Yellow bands, significant as Jews, and then it started getting like bad in the city, in the puppet bit, yeah. In 1941, they sent out when the Germans chased out the Russians from Galicia, and we were close to Galicia. So they sent half of our town, told them just came at night and in the evening, pack up, tomorrow you're going. Where are we going? Oh, you're going there, they need work. The Russians left and they need work there. And after they took them there and they killed them, all of them.
Did you know really what was going on?
At the time, no.
There was no
reports? No. We had no radio, no television, never mind television. No telephone, no nothing. And we didn't know a thing. As a matter of fact, like, we didn't know nothing. We know that the war is going on, but killing Jews like this, we didn't know.
But life for the Jews didn't change in your town?
It did change. It did change.
What happened?
Well, they start looking up, you know, like a Jew. They used to bother you in different ways, especially a Jew with a beard. My father never, in the last few years, he didn't go nowhere because we were afraid, because he had a beard in Europe, a beard, it was not to shave off a beard. So because they used to take the Hungarian Nazis, they used to take the Jewish beards, throw them off the train, throw them off the railroad, any place.
Did anything happen to you during that time?
No. I was young. I didn't look like a Jew.
What were you doing? Were you doing work?
I was working, yes. I did all kind of work. In 1943, I went with a neighbor of ours. He was the manager of a job, something that we were cutting wood for telephone. How do you call it? For telephone.
Telephone wires.
Yes, you know, these, like here they have from metal. We had from wood. We used to cut it there. He there was another guy, a non-Jew, that was on his name, and he worked for him, not for him. He was conducting, but on the other guy's name. And I used to go away Sunday morning, and I used to have a little sack on my back, a few onions, a few potatoes, a little bit oil, a little bit cornmeal, and we used to go out there and stay there till Friday. And we had, it was a big hut, and we slept there inside. There was not only us Jews, was non-Jews too working there. They were working because they wanted to make money. We also wanted to make money, of course. I didn't have to go, but I went because I got paid for it. And I used to cook for myself, and I was only about 15, 16. I cooked for myself. We had a big bonfire in the middle going a whole day and night. It was in the winter, big snow. And we used to cook there, and we used to eat. And Friday, we used to go home. We used to walk down from the woods there, the mountains, down to the city, and there we took a little train home. And going down, the manager that he was my neighbor. He used to holler a whole way down. We left around 2 o'clock, winter time, snow, and a lot of wild animals there. They used to catch horses because we had horses there working to bring down the wood. So he used to holler, "Where's everybody? Where's everybody?" He wanted to make sure, that we are knowing that we are around. And we went home. Shabbos we were home. Then Sunday we went back. How many kids did this kind of work at my age? We had to.
What happened 2 days after Pesach, June 1944?
That was the what we call the Black Sunday, Black Day. We were all gathered with the town people, the heads of the town.
Who told you to gather? Where did you gather?
We just, by us, they had no telephone. They had no loudspeaker like this. They used to go over the, they call it a poke. That's a band plays, when you hear it. They used to go and hear it, and everyone came out, and they used to tell you, tomorrow, report to the city hall. It was a little city hall, like this house maybe,
Who told you, the Hungarians?
No, the Ukrainians, because they were conducting with the Hungarian gendarmes, but they were made to go, not only made, they loved it. And they came and and they told you, you can take only a backpack, that's it. Nothing, you can bring nothing with you.
So they told you have to come the next day?
Yes, to the city hall. We used to call it different, but I'm saying it's city hall.
Did you have any warning or idea that this was going to happen at all?
No. As far as I don't remember it.
Who went?
All of us. We all went.
Everybody in the family?
Everyone in our family went. And there was waiting wagons.
What did you take with you?
A little bit clothing, whatever. We didn't have much. Please, we didn't have much. Whatever we took, it wasn't there much. And they put us on wagons, and they took us, like I said, there was no trucks, no trains that are there, and the wagons, and they took us to the ghetto in Ogno-Slotino.
Where was this?
Ogno-Slotino used to be till 39 on the Czechoslovak side, and now it was all Hungary, and it's on the other side of Sighet. It's only from us about 10 kilometers. That's around 6-7 miles, something like that. Ogno-Slotino, it's called because there they had a mine, a salt mine. And Ogno is a mine, and Slotino was the town.
What did they tell you while you were there?
No, as far as I don't remember. I don't remember what they told us. They had one song. we're going to take you on big farms. They need work, and there is short on work. The army took the boys away. They're short on work, so they need us.
And how old were you at the time?
At the time, I was 19.
So what happened once you got to Ogna Slatina?
We were put in, and again, they closed off a corner of the town, and they made a ghetto. And in the ghetto, they put in 2-3 families in one apartment. If there were non-Jews living there, they took them out, and they gave us the homes, and the non-Jews got our homes, beautiful homes on the other side. And we were there, I think around 5 weeks. I would say, according to my Jewish calendar, we were 5 weeks there, because from Passover to Shavuos is 7 weeks. And we were there 5, then between going there and from there to Auschwitz, so we were about 5 weeks in the ghetto. And then we were taken out, and we were taken to the train station, and they had there the Hungarians, the gendarmes, they call them field like border police, gendarmes, and they were taking us to the train, and each 5 minutes they used to say, "Faculty, lay down." All people, they couldn't lay down. He used to hit him, "Lay down." A minute, get up, get up, and go further. And again, like a soldier in training, lay down, get up, lay down. Why are you doing that to all people? Because we were Jews. They tried to hit us any way we can. And then we came to the train. They put in about 50 people, about 5 families, 5, 6 families. I don't remember. I know it was full. And there was it was cattle cars. There was no ways to have your private things, nothing. Everyone did, I think we traveled about 3 days to Auschwitz. 3 days we traveled to Auschwitz. And we got to Auschwitz, I remember it was...
What was the ride like?
Bad, because like I said, you're locked up for 3 days. Food they didn't give you. Whatever we had, we took along. That's it. And like I said, there was no facilities. Each one had some pots and pans, and we made them that, and we did whatever we could. It was bad. And as we got to Auschwitz, we were taken off the train, and there was Mengele, which before, even then, I didn't know who he is, but seeing pictures later on, I saw that he was there. There was Mengele, he was there.
What did you see the minute the doors of the train opened up?
We saw people on the other side of the wires with striped clothes. This was Jews that came before us from Poland, from other parts of occupied Germany. And they used to tell us, they tried to help us to do things, stay on this side, don't go there. Take whoever you can take to this side, don't go there. The left side was to...
How were you able to talk to the prisoners? Did they come over to the train when the doors opened?
No, they didn't come over. They were not far from us on the other side, by the wire inside. And some of them also came to help, not to help us, to take off, because once we got off, the baggage, everything was in there, remained in the train. We only got off like this. And then these people were assigned for these jobs to take it off and take it in, and then they took out whatever they thought is good.
What else did you see?
What else? I saw in front of me, which again, I didn't know what it means, but I saw big stacks, big stoves with big, what do you call it, chimneys, I don't know, smokestacks, yeah. And we did even feel the thing like broiling meat, like baking on a fire meat, but again, we didn't know. We didn't know nothing. So they took us, and I grabbed my brother. He was 15. I grabbed my brother and held on to him, and we went. And the right side was, one line was men, and the other line was women, also young. So my sisters were there. And we went in around the corner, and we came in there in a camp. Ask me, I don't know. I was there 5 days. I don't even know the whole thing about Auschwitz. But I remember where we went. And there they told us to strip, take off all the clothing except shoes, leather, and a belt, leather, keep. All the clothes off, and we were shaved off, cut off the hair. And they gave us disinfection, powder they sprayed. Then we went into I think no, that was after the shower. We had a shower. Now, we went to the shower. We had no idea that the other side, the shower was gas. But we didn't know nothing about there. We didn't know about here. It was a shower. We went in, we took a shower, and we got out. They sprayed a little bit of white powder. And then we got clothing, the striped clothing. We looked at each other. One didn't recognize the other. I didn't recognize my brother, striped clothing. After this, we were assigned to a barrack, and the barrack was for 1,000 people long. And they had Ukrainians, banditten, the real murderers. And as we were going in, the door, let's say, was as wide as this house, this distance. 1,000 people have to go in. He wanted them, all of them, to go in the same time. He was sitting just there with a bat, like playing baseball, with a bat, hitting to get in.
Who was doing that?
They were there before, Ukrainians, also inmates. They're also inmates, but they still had their blood inside against a Jew, like the premier in Israel said a few years ago when they had problems in Auschwitz with the nuns. So the premier, I forgot his name, Shamir, said every child in Poland is raised with anti-Semitism in him from his mother's milk. And everyone hollered, how can you say that? You're insulting a country. In Polish, they say, za prawda nie biją. For the truth, they don't hit you. And that was the truth. That was the truth. Because the Polish, special Polish in Ukrainians, they have the hate for the Jew from their mother's milk. That's what we call it. So, in the big barrack, there was like 5, 6 stacks to sleep. Somehow, my brother was chased in on the other end, and I was on this end, and we were afraid to go to each other, to change, to run around, but everyone was afraid. I don't know. We were so afraid because we didn't know what's going on. So I was there, and the next morning I go out, and there was my neighbors, the one that I told you before, I worked with him, he was my neighbor. His name was Getzel Holberger. And he had daughters my age, a year older than me. So I went out, I wanted to hear, where are we? What's going on? I didn't know where we are even. So I went out, I said, Meyer, I'll be back. Let me go and hear what's going on. I come back later, Meyer is not there, my brother. I asked neighbors, their friends from our town, did you see Meyer? Where is Meyer? Yeah, the SS came in and they announced, everyone under 16 should step out. My brother at that time, he's now a big boy. At that time, he was 15 and a half. He could go for 17, 18. But everyone was afraid. They didn't know what's when. So he stepped out. They took him out on a different camp. So, all right, I haven't got my brother now no more. I don't know where he is. I have no idea. I cannot connect him, see if he's alive there. I don't know where he is. Could be they took him out and killed him. Who knows? But I found out after the war from him. He told me stories. He says they took him in there, and my brother was blonde. My sister that was killed also blonde. A lot of our family blonde, like a German. So my brother was in that camp, and they were marching with Estonian, Lithuanian non-Jews, were also there. And they were singing German songs, this and that. So my brother says, hey, wait a minute. I don't belong here. I'm a Jew. Oh, you're a Jew? Kicked them out from there, put them in another camp where all the Jewish boys were. He says they were ready, like I said before, I didn't know, they were ready to exterminate them because they didn't want to keep them. If they are no good, out. They shipped a transport to Austria, to Mauthausen, and they were short, I don't know how many men to fill, but the Germans had to be exactly, if it was 1,000, cannot be 950, it had to be 1,000. So they took a roll call, we used to call it appell in Germany. They made an appell from all these children there, and they picked out the tallest ones, whoever they saw taller this, into the transport to send away. So my brother tells me, you know what I did? I even took a rock. I put under my feet a rocks. I should be taller yet. They took them out, they sent them away to Mauthausen. The rest went to the oven. And we know it was a lot of children in the group from my town, from Kretschner. So he went to Mauthausen, and he was working there, and he had it good there because there was some meisters, what we call foremen here, German meisters. They used to like to help the young children. Yeah, of course, it was already in 44. They saw the war is ending. They had to do something. So they used to help him, hide him, protect him against anyone bad things. And he remained there. He was liberated in there in Austria, a camp by the name Melk, because they had a few camps. So he was liberated, so he had another friend from my town. They were always like brothers together. So they grabbed in Austria by a farmer a pair of horses and a wagon, because both of them knew how to handle horses. They said they're going to go home to Romania, into Hungary, from Hungary into Romania. They're going to drive home after the war. As they got across in Budapest, there were the Russians. Again, like I said before, my brother was blonde. They grabbed them off the wagon and throw them on a train. And where do you think that train was going to go? Sibir. All fascists, Hungarians, Germans, whoever it was they saw, more or less. So he sits by the door, and again, our language at home was Yiddish. We didn't speak in the house, you didn't hear a word, only Yiddish. So he sits by the door on the train, on that cattle car with his friend, and they speak once to each other, and he says, and here passes by a Russian captain, and as he passed by, he heard the Jewish words. He came back, he says, "You are Jews?" He says, "Yeah, we just were liberated from in Austria. What are you doing here?" "We don't know, the Russians put us up here." He grabbed them off, both of them, on the jeep, run to there's a bridge, Austria and Hungary, and he shipped them across. He says, "Run away, don't even look back." And from there they went to Italy, they went to Israel. By the way, my brother found that Russian captain in Italy also undressed from the uniform, and he spoke to him. He hit him in the back. He turned around. He recognized him. But after that, he said, I don't know where he disappeared. He also went to Israel. Could have gone killed. In 48, there was a big massacre. My brother was in the war in 48 there. He served in the army, in the Israeli best brigade, Golanis. He told me stories what happened there with Arabs. So in 46, I found them. How? I already knew about my sisters. They're alive. But my brother, I didn't know till a year after the war. A year after the war, a young man comes from Italy into Germany in the P camp where I was in Feldafing. And he sees me there, my brother, and even now, we look a little bit close. He says to me, do you have a brother? I said, I don't know if he's alive. If he's alive, I have. So he gives me the whole description of him. He says his name is Meyer. There's the whole thing. He says he's in camp, my camp there in Italy. That's how I found out from him. And that's when I got in touch with him, and he went to Israel. He was taken off the ship and put in Cyprus through the British. And then they took out mostly young boys. They needed prepared for the army. They know what's going to happen. So they used to get certificates, so they grabbed the young ones out. So he was in Israel, and I used to send him. And I came in 48 when he went in, when the war broke out there. I came to America. So I used to go into an Army Navy store. I used to buy army clothes and shoes and cigarettes and things. I used to send them packages.
Did they give you a number in Auschwitz?
No. I was only 5 days, and I believe only people that stayed longer there. I was shipped from Auschwitz to Buchenwald. In Buchenwald, I got a number, but not on my arm, only on my jacket.
What's the number?
58,372. You can never forget it.
How long were you in Buchenwald?
2 weeks.
Did you do any work there?
No, not this time. Not at this time. I did work later, we came back. But at this time, we were only going through process there, and we were sent to another labor camp.
And this is the end of tape 2. This is the beginning of tape 3. We're interviewing Mr. Herman Berkowitz. Where did you go from the first time you were in Buchenwald?
Well, 1 minute. Before Buchenwald, Buchenwald is what they call it Wald, it's high. And down below Buchenwald is a town, a city, it's called Weimar. The train came to there, and there they switched out a different train going up to Buchenwald. So there we met, it was at night, and we met waiting for us Hungarian SS, not SS with a German uniform, but Hungarian descent. They were Hungarian, Volksdeutsch, who knows, or even volunteers, just to kill Jews, anyone volunteered. So they were saying to us, oh my God, we are waiting for you a long time, and you just showed up now. Welcome. So there was, thing. So we went up to Buchenwald, and like I said before, I got a number there, but we were there 2 weeks, and we didn't do nothing. And after the 2 weeks, we were, and from there, I know a lot of us from Auschwitz, but not everyone went to Magdeburg, where I went. Some of them went to Warsaw. They had bombed. They bombed Warsaw very badly, and they took from us. They had to clean up Warsaw, and some of them went different places. I, with a group around, I think 1,000, we went to Magdeburg.
Where was this?
Magdeburg is what they called East Germany. It was by the Russians occupied after the war, and it's not far from Leipzig, Dresden. As far as I remember, it's also not far from, I can't remember. Anyway, it's in that part, and it's in East Germany.
When did you arrive there?
We arrived there around beginning of July, around that.
What year?
44.
And describe what it looked like when you were there, and who was there with you, and what you
Well,
did there.
we were thrown into the camp, which electric wire around. Our SS officer was a very, very bad man. He was like Hitler #2. He had a big door, a shepherd, and he trained him, fass him around, catch him, catch, if someone was running away, catch him, and the dog was trained for that. And we worked there. The first day we went out, I happened to be the first day in camp working for something, fixing the electric wires around. I had 2 Frenchmen, Joseph helped me. He says, come and work with me. He asked for a volunteer. I went. And we just screwed in the electric wires and that. And the rest, all of them went out to work. And it's called the Baustelle. This is in the factory where we were digging first. Beginning is digging like the deep of a 1-story house or more down. And we used to work like 3 shifts throwing the dirt, one up there and then the second one and the third one. And the assessment was staying on top. If you picked yourself up straight, you got a stone, because you had to work straight. But anyway, they were new people there, and the SS didn't know how to conduct themselves. 12 o'clock was the air raid. Used to be punctually exactly 12 daytime, and 12 midnight used to be air raids. They used to come. And during the day, I think the Americans came. During the night, the Russians came. They were bombing the cities. And they used to bomb, and they bombed the factory, and the SS didn't know what to do with them. They remained in the factory, and a lot of them got killed. Matter of fact, there's a boy that I knew him from school. He had a sickness. He used to go like this with his head, like this. That was a sickness. And why only him? He got his head cut off with a shrapnel, from the bombs. Other ones got wounded. He was the only one that had decapitated. And
So where were you
when this air raid was, I was in camp. That day I was in camp fixing the wires. And then they came in at night, all bleeded up, all of them. I knew a lot of men in this detail. So the next time, whenever they went out, there was no more something like this. When there came a 4-alarm, that meant they are entering the country, the enemy planes, they're entering. They used to call it an alarm, knowing that they're coming in this direction, and then they start running away, out from the factory, on the fields and the farms. And there was the Autobahnlinie going, the highway, the big highway. So we used to watch, because they used to bomb that too. So there was a river there, it's called Elba. I don't know if you heard of it, Elba. And the Elba was, the water was so down this house, even more. So you had to slide down to be down by the water. Once you were there, nothing happened, because they didn't touch you. They were always throwing it on the highways, on the factories, Sometimes we were caught before getting to the Elbe, before even the Autobahn, it was little trees, little things, and they start bombing there. And I'm telling you, we were hiding under a little tree. What is that little tree going to help you? But I heard, and the ears were popping, the bombs were popping up. And we went back, and at night, when they came bombing at night, they used to throw down like a lamp, like lights around the camp, the four corners of the camp. They shouldn't bomb the camp. They didn't. But my brother told me in Mauthausen they bombed the kitchen, they bombed the barracks, because something was not coordinated. But here by us, they used to come, bomb the city, but we were safe always in camp at night.
The bombing was from the German forces?
No, from the Russians or the Americans. I told you, the Americans came during the day, 12 o'clock, and the Russians came at night.
But did this give you a sense of hopefulness that the war was...
That didn't prove nothing yet. That couldn't prove nothing to us, the war is ending. But somehow, somewhere leaked in a little bit where the front is going on, this and that. By the way, in July, I think President Roosevelt died. I think it was in July 44. July, August, something like that. And they told us, your friend died now, your friend.
What kind of work did you do in Magdeburg?
Magdeburg, I told you, we were digging ground, and then we filled it in with irons like iron bars, and one next to the other, and then there was thrown cement in, fundament for a bottom, and then on top they were building like round like this, and there was a bunker inside, and that wall from that bunker was maybe a meter long. I don't know how much you would say it in the American. Yeah, it was this thick, so the bombs couldn't hit it. And this cement was all around the same, not just the top, but all around the same. And inside was, like a shelter for not for us, for the officials. It was a big factory. It was called Brabak. It was a refinery of oil, gas, all these kind of refineries. And there was a lot of civilian working there. You had a lot of French prisoners, a lot of Russian prisoners. Matter of fact, I must say the truth. We had French prisoners there. They used to pass by us. They used to throw us cigarettes, packs of cigarettes, bars of chocolate. They had more. They used to get Red Cross packages. We didn't. We got once a package 2 days before liberation, but in camps we didn't get it.
So were there many Jewish prisoners there too?
We didn't know. You mean in the French, with the French?
In the camp.
In the camp, only Jews.
But you were also working with non-Jewish prisoners? We had about 4 Frenchmen. We had 1 or 2 Czechs, which they were the finest. A few Polacks, which and we had 1 Russian. And the 1 Russian said he was a flyer. He was shot down, and he was in there, which I don't believe, because who knows what he was, but he couldn't speak only Russian. I spoke Ukrainian. At that time, especially, I spoke very good, away from home. Now, I still remember it, but at that time, I know it much better. And it's very close. Russian and Ukrainian is very close. Except if I say, we used to say papir on this, the Russians say bomagu. But there is a lot, in general, is very close. He couldn't get in touch with no one because he couldn't. So I used to be the interpreter. I used to go to the Frenchmen. One of them spoke German, and I told him in German what he wants, and he told me
in German, I went and told him back in Russian, you know. But mostly the 99% was Jews.
What about, how did they feed you? What did you get to eat when you were there?
We used to get in the morning a plate of black coffee, without anything, black coffee, and that was it. Their lunchtime, they used to send out to work, they used to send out soup. So each one got a plate of soup. Fairly. A little bit meat, you could find sometimes a little piece of meat. At night when we got home, we used to get a bread for 3 people, cut in 3, and a piece of margarine, a piece of wurst, salami, and sometimes a piece of marmalade. That was the whole ration.
Did you ever, were you ever, beaten by any of the guards?
I was thrown rocks. I have even a mark here and a little bit in the middle. Throw rocks, for stopping work. Beating, I didn't get, but I almost got. I was around coming up to that, and somehow I maneuvered out of it. I was almost getting something, a good thing. I maneuvered out of it, and thank God. But without beating, I suffered enough without beating. The beating would be much harsher, but if you don't have what to eat, you're hungry. What is it he beats you? The shoes, they used to steal the shoes from a lot of places. We used to put on racks. And in the winter, we worked in the factory there. In the factory, with the building, the bunkers, we had available to us cement sacks. They're from paper, because we used a lot of cement there. So we used to take a cement sack and make a vest and put it under your garment because it was cold. We didn't get no clothing, warm clothing, raining. In the fall, in October, the rain started coming. And we used to have these thin clothing. We came in wet, soaked wet from a whole day, raining. And you didn't have tomorrow to put on another pair. You had to dry this out. So how do you dry it out? We had a big stove in the middle of our barrack. Not barrack, we had like rooms. Room like this, our room here, 16 people, and double preachers. So we had in the middle, and each one used to try to bring in a little bit wood at night to have what to heat up. So we used to stay by this and dry up a little bit, and then we went to sleep. We used to take off the clothing and put it under the mat. The mat was from straw sacks. I used to put it under to warm it up, to dry it up, because in the morning I had to put it on. Wet or no wet, you have to put it on and go out to work.
Was there, what about, were you aware of whether, the Jewish holidays and this sort of thing? Was there anything you were able to do to any degree of observance?
I must say no. I don't remember anything of having somehow. I think I do remember Yom Kippur. That was something that everyone knows. But the other holidays, there was not knowing too much. Maybe we didn't have enough gadol, big people from our faith to tell us. But somehow Yom Kippur, it came, I don't know how, but we didn't fast because we didn't eat. We didn't have nothing to eat, so we didn't have to fast.
How long were you in prison in Magdeburg?
In Magdeburg, we were till around end of December.
And then what happened?
And then, as we could have stayed there longer if the Germans would anticipate to stay around there, but they didn't anticipate to stay because the Russians were chasing him from the east. So they picked us up, got us together, and we moved back to Buchenwald. Buchenwald was our central. So I remember it was around end of December, because I remember they put on some kind of a show, the non-Jews, we had whatever, how many we had there. So we also went to watch it. They asked us to come. We put on a Christmas show, in the hall. We had a big hall there, put on a Christmas show, Christmas night. So that means around end of December, we moved back to Buchenwald.
How did you travel to Buchenwald?
Same thing in the cattle cars.
And when did you arrive in Buchenwald?
I don't remember. It wasn't too long. It wasn't too far. But I had one big nakume, a big satisfaction. When I passed by the cities, Dresden, Leipzig, we passed by going back to Buchenwald, because it was in the middle between Buchenwald and Magdeburg. And I used to see the cities burning from the train station. I used to see the cities burning. I said, oh my God, what a good thing. And by the way, they came one night in Magdeburg, I forgot to tell you. Again, it was at night, and I think it was the Russians, because the Russians used to throw down like bulbs, candles, they used to call it, and they used to see where to bomb. And they caught Magdeburg, the city. We were out of the city. Our camp was out of the city. They caught the city, like they say, with the pens down. They were all in the theaters and the movies and the kinos and this, and they bombed the hell out of them. They had so many dead ones. Next few days, we had to go from our camp to clean up the rubble. So I am going back and forth. So we went back to Buchenwald. In Buchenwald, we were again about 2 weeks, and then there we worked already a little bit. We were taken. There was mining, stone mining, like low, down, and we had to bring up lorries, wagons with crushed stones. So we had to push them up. Whatever power we had, we pushed it up. That's the work we did, and then we were, again, transferred, sent away to another camp.
And where was this?
The other camp was called Bissingen. I remember it like today. Bissingen, it was near Stuttgart. They have there a lot of towns with the same names, Bissingen, Weihingen, Esslingen. They produce there a lot of steel companies. So Bissingen was on the site, and we were in there, and we worked in the underground, and we were helping for parts for the airplanes.
How long were you in Bissingen
January, February, March, I think 3 months. Till end of March, something like that. And in Bissingen, we had was a lot of dirt, mud. The whole thing was mud. We had made a sidewalk from wood, on stilts, like this high. And the sidewalk was maybe this wide. So we used to go in the morning to bring food from the kitchen to give out, and let's say every block, used to take 2 or 3 people, and many he needed, to come and bring the food for this. So one day we went, and you know what we used to make a lot of, what we used to cook in the morning? They used to call it broad soup. Broad soup meant bread soup. But what kind of bread? Bread was already rotten halfway, this and that. They used to cook it up for us. So I remember one day I had to go and bring back these cans. So 2 people, I carried on one side and the other one on the other side. And, it was so narrow, somehow we just missed and it went overboard into the mud. We were eating from the mud. We were eating soup from the mud. How many times have I gone in back of the kitchen? In the beginning, we used to have peels from the vegetables, from potatoes, open. We used to throw them out there. So we used to take them. And each one we had, you got a spoon. Either we brought it from home, I don't remember, or we got it there. And the flatter side of the spoon, we used to hammer out and make a little knife. To have a little knife. So we used to go and get these peels from the potatoes, water. I couldn't get to the water. Just scraped off a little dirt, and we were eating. They got smart. They saw what we're doing. They made to cover it with dirt. Eat inside deep and cover it. So we used to dig up the dirt and take the peels anyway out, just to have just the belly to fill up.
Where did you do this when you were?
I think it was in Biesingen. I think it was in Biesingen.
From Biesingen, what happened from there?
By the way, I have to tell you a story from Biesingen. I have a friend, he's a barber, and he is in Springfield, New Jersey, a barber, and we were in the DP camp after the war together. You know, you start talking to the war, oh, I was there too. So this guy, Irving, tells me a story. He's from Poland. He tells me a story that he says, I used to see an SS man used to watch me so close. Wherever I went, whatever I did, he used to watch me. He found out, he didn't recognize him right away. There was his school, from his school back in Poland. But this guy was a German, you know, Volksdeutsch. So he tells me that the German, I think, told him, he used to tell him always, if something comes up very bad, to be careful, to do this assessment. This assessment wrote home to his father that this Irving, whatever his name was before, Irving is an American name. He says, you know, from his class and this, he's here and this. So the father, he told it to Irving. His father said, you better watch out for him. You watch for him. He shouldn't harm come to him. See? Well, you found a good assess. And the same thing where we are talking about SS, in Biesingen, I was working by a detail. We had nothing what to do. We came back from a job. Also, it was like the first day we got there. The job, they didn't need us. So we came back. They had nothing what to do with us. So and outside the gate, they had wood there. So we took the wood from there, and then from there, just something to do. Here comes out a couple, a German by the name Herman, with a little wagon, you know, little wagon of 4 wheels with a thing. And he has 5 young men. They're all Slavics from Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia. And he needs one more man to this detail. I'll tell you why. So my cousin was there. His name was Berkowitz. He was a year older than me, and he was taller than me. He pointed to him. He shook back. I picked up my finger. I always volunteered. I said, something must come out. I must get food. I picked up my fingers. Okay, come. I speak German. The others, they couldn't speak German. He took us down to the railroad track, and we went into the Baustelle, to the bunker there where they had the factory, the things there, and he needed 6 sacks cement for an engineer. And he couldn't get in with the wagon there because it was a rail tracks. Couldn't go in. So he needed each one to carry a sack of cement for the engineer. And I said, oh, here will be food, definitely. Believe me, a sack of cement, 50 kilo, that's 100 pounds. I couldn't carry it. I felt it on my bones, I felt it. But I said, hope, it's coming something. I struggled, I got to the wagon, I put the cement on there. We went in town to the engineer, and they gave us a little bit of food. Then we went in scrounging, what they call in English. into town, and the assessment was an old man. We carried his rifle. He used to say, the vervloekte hond, Hitler, vervloekte hond, what does he want from us, and this and that. And we went into town, and we went into a house. There was a woman there with a daughter. They were refugees from Holland, also Germans. When the Americans pushed out, they ran away. So she gave us to eat farina soup on a flat plate, you know. It didn't go on too much, but she says, yeah, she had a pail like this, hey, come. And she said, oh my God, she asked me what I am. I said, you there, Jew. Oh my God, my God, my God. She asked me, are there a lot of, like me, there youngsters? I said, yes, a lot of Jews there, a lot of youngsters. And she did give us really a piece of white bread. Hello, oh, I didn't see that. And we ate ourselves good up, and we went out for the town, passed by the bakery. They gave us breads. Old women with long aprons, and under the apron, potatoes, apples, all kind of things, throw it to us, gave it to us. We had something, but I said volunteering. I volunteered us a lot of times, and I always had it good. So that was in Biesingen. So we ate the soup with the mud from the ground, and we did everything that possible. And I lost a friend in there in Biesingen. I don't know how he died. Excuse me. He went into the emergency thing, and he didn't come out from there. They said.
What was his name?
Freum, I'm trying to think Feik, I think, Feik. Freum Feik. He was such a nice boy, a big, tall boy. I don't know if they poisoned him in there or what. He complained he's sick. They took him in, and it was called a revier. Revier is like a first aid station, and he died in there. I don't know, again, if they poisoned him or what, because he was a strong boy.
This is the end of tape 3. This is the beginning of the 4th tape, and we are talking to Mr. Herman Berkowitz. Mr. Berkowitz, you said something earlier about what happened when the Nazis counted everybody.
Yeah, they used to make an appel every day in the morning and evening, and if someone was missing, and we had to stay outside for hours, cold weather, and made no difference till they found the guy. And I happen to remember one time by us, there was a guy, he was hiding inside in the barrack. He was sleeping, he didn't come out, so we had to suffer and stay in the line outside in the cold weather.
Did you ever witness did they, like, public beatings of people?
Yes, I did.
What do you remember seeing?
I remember seeing someone try to run away. They brought him back. He couldn't go nowhere. He couldn't. We didn't do these things like digging tunnels, but somehow he tried to remain out at work, hiding, and then we came in and we had to look for him, and there was beating for that. And they used to get beating, and a lot of times it was threatening a bullet in the head too. But in general, this is what I did see. I saw also a man, once we went to work, was an older man, Hungarian, and he couldn't take it no more. He jumped under a truck going to work. We were walking off the sidewalk, but on the side of the sidewalk. It was a big street, a wide street, and trucks were going there to factories working. And he just ran out of the line and jumped under the truck, and he was hurt bad, but not killed completely. So he was moaning and yawning, and they took him. We carried them in. I don't mean me, the group. We carried him into work, where we were on the way to work, and the assessment then took a wire and hung him up. So he should be rid of him, not to let him moan and yawn. And we did see that.
What happened to your parents?
My parents, we got off the train. My parents and my two younger sisters went to the left, which that was the selection.
This was where?
In Auschwitz. That was the selection. They took him to the left, all the older youngsters. Matter of fact, I heard, I don't remember seeing it, that a lot of young girls got burned, got killed, because they didn't know what the answer is on that left. They took the sister had 2-3 children. They took one of the sister's child, thinking a mother with a child, who's going to harm a mother with a child? So she went to that too. But there was also a lot of, there was not a lot, some of them that says, grabbed young women and says, go to this side, by the selection, because they know whether she is going the other way is death. So she tried to save.
What was the last thing you were able to say to your mother?
Oh, I don't remember. What could we say? We spoke in general, not knowing what's going to happen. If I would know she's going to death, I would have something to say, but no one knew. We didn't know what's going on. So we spoke whatever we had to talk, whatever I asked, whatever my mother told me, and that was the conversations. Nothing special.
When did you find out at which point that your mother, your father, and your two youngest sisters had been gassed?
As in camps, as you were in there already, you come across different kind of people that were there longer and know what's going on, so we were told. We were told they didn't even give him supper there to eat, not even a meal, nothing, straight to the slaughterhouse.
What happened to you after your months at Bissingen?
In Bissingen, end of March, I believe, we were taken out from there and going more south. As the Allies, whoever approached, they were always schlepping us back. Saving for what? What are you saving us? Leave us alone. We're gonna get liberated. Leave us alone already. No. Schlepped us along. So we wound up in a little camp. It was called Allah. It's near Dachau. It's on the site of Dachau. It belonged to Dachau. And we were there, and there they put us in like kettles in a yard with wires around, and we were given a plate of water, and we used to laugh. We need a bathing suit to put on to catch a potato in there. You know, it was watery. And a piece of bread, and that was the whole ration. And me not eating, a human being is, it's not only me, this is what we all are. You don't eat, you don't have urge to go on your toilet. So there was 2 weeks I didn't go to the toilet. And then they put us, and then from Allah, they still didn't let us stay there to be liberated. Still took us more south. Matter of fact, we found out later that going south, that was before Garmisch-Partenkirchen. This is always south in the Alps. We were told that there was for us prepared holes, dug holes to kill us, shoot us, and put us in there. So we were traveling on the train from Allach. It's going through Munich, Gauting, Starnberg am See, Tutzing, Walheim. We were traveling that direction for 15 days, up, back and forth. They were bombing here, they stopped us, we went back. They were bombing there, we came back, they fixed here. It was going like this 15 days on the train. Finally, 3 days before liberation, they took us and gave us a half a Red Cross package to each one, a package for 2 people. The first time we never got that.
Who gave that to you?
The Germans. The Germans. As a matter of fact, each cattle car had an assessment staying on top, sitting on top, this watching us. And we were open, we didn't have no cover. We had barbed wire, it was raining and snowing. We were laying in water. And we couldn't even turn around. So we were so packed in, we couldn't turn around, laying sideways. So each, you know, we are saying either was because that's the type we are Jews, or protection. Each one of us we had a pack of cigarettes in there, so we had some cigarettes. Each one gave a cigarette. We collected from each one. We gave it to the assessment. He didn't have cigarettes either. He got only 3 cigarettes a day ration. We gave him, you know, figuring a little protection, you know. So the 29th of April, we were at a train station, a small station, on a railroad train, in a small station. The town was called Staltach. And we stopped there, and we heard the cannons coming towards us. We heard already. And as it didn't take long, the tanks, the trucks were right in there and liberated us.
Which of the Allied forces?
The Americans. And that was the first time I saw a colored man. The first time in my life. I never saw a colored man. They were up there on the tanks and the trucks. And then I saw a little squad car, what do you call it, for the guard, you know, a smaller one. And I heard different kind of languages, and I understand Slavic languages. I understand, so I couldn't understand. Did the Americans liberate me or the Russians? I didn't know from the but then I found out it was the Americans. And you should see that train. They had on the train 1 car with food for us, still left food. They're probably figuring we're gonna go longer yet. So they opened up that car, and they throw down bread, whatever it was in there, and people, it was a lot of sand, you know, on the hill down from the railroad to the grass. People were jamming and grabbing and this and that. I was so weak, I was afraid they'll squash me. I said, I need one thing. I don't want to be ever wet in the rain like I used to be, coming into the camp, rain wet. I'm gonna get myself a poncho. I went in where the SS had their car, you know, they had a private car. By the way, the SS were right away together, they arrived up, and a lot of people went over and they said good for the captain of the train. He was the captain from the troops, and they said that he saved us from going further to be buried in those holes. They went and said good to the Americans that he saved this whole troop, this whole train. Whatever happened, I don't know. But I know SS came to us. There was just minutes before liberating, before the Americans came in. Once they came in, we were liberated. They ran away. So some of them came to us and offered us bread and things. We should change clothes with them. We should give them our clothes for theirs. We didn't want. So going back, so I said, I got to get myself a poncho. I go into the troop, to the
They
trains.
wanted to give you their uniform?
Yes, we should have ours. So we, you know, misleading. Yeah. So no one wanted, because we already had a little bit more power then. We weren't afraid as much. So I go into a car where they were traveling, the SS, and I said, I'm going to look around. I find a side sack, like they call it, and I see cartons in there. I figured maybe it's crackers, or, cookies, dry, that wouldn't spoil. They had this kind of biscuits and this. I got myself a pancho, and then I saw this. I figured, I'll take this along with me. I cannot get to the other thing from the train that they threw down. And I come out from the train, I open up that sack, cigarettes, about 4 cartons of cigarettes. My God, I'm walking, shoveling to my friends were staying there, and my friends already took bread, and they cooked already a bread soup. They made a little fire that on the ground. I had 3 boys from my hometown, I know him. They were, thank God, healthy. If not for them, I would die in the last day of liberation, if not for them. So I opened up that bag, and the people saw me with cigarettes. They fell on me, they squashed me. Somehow I got a hold on 1 carton, I didn't let go. The others they took away from me. So everyone already, on the train was half was women and half men. The women were a little bit more healthier, and they ran into town. There was a factory from shoes, and they cleaned that factory of shoes out. And they grabbed the best places to stay. When we came in on the end, was no more where to stay. We stood in a barn. I remember going up on a ladder and sleeping on the hay on top there. By the way, going into town, each one had a little bag already, slept a little bit like the Jews from Egypt. And as we go in, there is an American soldier, and there's a young German boy, 14, riding on a bicycle, like this. That GI gets a hold of him and grabs him and throws him off and takes the bicycle, gives it to us. Here, you need it. This is what it means when you see what people suffered. You understand? So we went in, and I couldn't eat. They started cooking very fatty things, and I couldn't eat. My stomach was blocked, couldn't eat. They took me into the American First Aid Station from the Army there. The Army was there. The Army says, we can do nothing to you. We'll send you into a hospital. Send me into the hospital in Veldafing. The town was called Veldafing. It was not there where I was liberated. It was further back. They sent me into Veldafing. It was a big hospital. They had a lot of German wounded there, and some of us. But of us, they were so careful. They took so good care of us. We shouldn't be harmed, because we were counted a piece of gold then. So I was in the hospital for a month or 6 weeks, and then in Veldafing, outside the city, the town was actually it was a Hitler Jugend camp, I remember now. They had barracks, so they made a DP camp there. So each one had a room, by 3 or 4 of us in a room. So after the hospital, they cured me, they sent me into Veldafing to the DP camp.
How long were you in the DP camp for?
3 years, from 45 till 48.
And where were you planning to go?
To America.
You didn't think to go to
Israel? Well, back home, no way.
Israel.
No, I had a brother here, and he sent me papers. He says, come. So I came here, but I had to wait. I registered in 46, but the Romanian quota was very little. I had to wait till 48.
Did you work in a DP camp?
Yes. We went out every day with a couple of GIs with trucks. I found out later it's called service company trucks. When I was in the Army, I found out what that meant. SV, it was there's a service company that has trucks, and they send each place they need. They send a couple of trucks. So we got 2 trucks every morning. We used to go up in the mountains and cut down wood. We had a big electric saw, and we cut down wood and we loaded it up and we brought it into camp. And in camp, they had other boys. They had to unload it. We didn't leave there. We loaded up and they came back. And then they cut it up there and smaller, and it was for heating in the camp for the winter.
So when did you finally arrive in the United States?
I arrived April 29, 1948, the day I was liberated. Same day. I was liberated April 29, 45, and April 29, 48, I came into New York. That was my luckiest day. Like my wife says, she says when she came to America, that's her birthday. She was born then, when she came here. You know, I mean, she talks, but the actual papers say different. But that's her feeling, that when she came into New York, she was liberated. She was born. Yeah, so I came here and I started to work for a butcher. My brother asked my cousin if he would teach me, and they took me in because they needed a horse to work, to help, because both of them, they were two brothers. They were both sick, you know, it's sick from the refrigeration, from the cool, from this. So they needed someone a little bit to work. I was 23 years old then, strong like a horse. I was never sick in my life before. So I worked there, but meanwhile, in 48, in June, they came out with a draft. They had problems. America had problems in Berlin with the Russians. They wouldn't let in ground to bring in food. They had to fly it in, if you remember, if you read, if you learned. So they got scared and they started, that was Truman then, and he started calling up the draft again. So I was 3 months in America. I'm called down to the draft board in the Bronx. Forgot the name. I'm called down there, and then they sent me for a classification to Whitehall Street, Arthur Avenue. Remember, in the Bronx, Arthur Avenue. Sent me down to Whitehall Street for a classification, and I was young. I said, what is the difference? I'll go in the army. It's good. 2 years. I'll go around. Maybe I'll go back to Europe. It'll be good for me as an American soldier. And on the end, accepted. I come home, they told me, all right, now you have to wait for Uncle Sam's to call you in. Somehow they didn't call. It came New Year's, Christmas, they didn't call. New Year's, they didn't call. After New Year's, they called off the draft. So whoever was in, served 6 months and let them out. I wasn't in and finished. But didn't let me go. It came June the 25th, 1950. When I heard that, I said, oh, I'm in the army. And then I went there, I complained I was in concentration camp. This hurts me, my feet hurt me, this and this and this. They had my record there from 48, that I was accepted, nothing doing. I was in the army. So I was in the army, after basic training, I was sent to Korea.
How long did you serve there?
In Korea, a year. But in Korea, I had a good luck, very good.
What happened?
What happened was, like I said, when I went into the army, I couldn't speak English because I worked in a butcher store, kosher butcher store, and everyone was mostly talking Yiddish. So I didn't have a chance to learn the English. I came into the army in September till February. I learned a little bit, but because I had no one to talk Yiddish, only English, I had to talk English. I come into the captain, he says, Berkowitz, where are you from? I said, Romania. Where were you during the war? Because it was only 50, it was not far from the war time. He says, where were you during the war? I said, Captain, I was all over. I said, I started off at Auschwitz. I was deported to Auschwitz, and then Buchenwald, and there, and there, and there. I said, but the last stop, I was liberated near Dachau. I mean, all these camps there was offsprings from Dachau. I said, I was liberated near Dachau. He says, oh my God, I liberated Dachau. I know exactly what you went through. See, he was there, and he was only a sergeant then. But
what was his name?
Captain Chauffeur. I would like to know where he is. I would like to talk to him. I have no idea where I can locate him.
What did he say to you when he said he...
Oh, he said to me, I liberated Dachau. I know exactly how it was, and I'll see to it that you get a good job in the army and you will not have to walk on the hills. I said, Captain, sir, you also asked for a cook. And I said, I'm a cook. Oh, you're the cook? I said, yes, sir. I wasn't a cook. I didn't know how to cook. I know a little bit. I had an idea. It's a hobby. Cooking by me is a hobby. I'll cook here. It's a hobby. I said, Captain, I'm the cook. He said, oh, yeah, you know how to make Hungarian goulash, good roast beef? I said, yes, sir, everything. Okay, go into this kitchen, to this shift. There's 2 shifts. To the shift of this and this name, and you'll work there. He says to me, by the way, Private Berkowitz, anything I can help you? Anything else I can help you? I said, yes, sir. I said, I need stamps to send to my sisters to Canada. I have 2 sisters in Canada, and the mail from Korea goes free. It's a APO number, Army Post Office, without a stamp. But out of the country, I gotta have a stamp. I said, and I don't have a stamp. My sisters will think I'm dead. I had stamps, but I wanted to see a little bit, So he calls over a Lieutenant Mahoney. He says, Lieutenant Mahoney, on the double, get Private Berkowitz stamped envelopes and let him write to his sisters, the U.S. Army is taking good care of you. Good, thank you. Whenever I used to see him, because he was in the field, I was in the kitchen, whenever I used to see him, Captain Chauffeur, I don't remember his other name. Isn't that funny? We only knew Captain Chauffeur. I used to say, Captain Chauffeur, my sisters thank you so much. If not for you, they would think I'm dead. He smiled and he says, oh, I'm happy. And whenever I used to go out with food on the front line, always a cook had to go and give out the main thing, the meat. Then we used to have helpers from the troops, vegetables, bread, coffee, whatever. So I used to have always a few portions extra cut off, and I came up to him when we give out the food. After it was left a little bit, I used to go into his bunker. Captain Chauffeur, how are you? Yes, sir. I said, would you like something more to eat? Berkowitz, she used to talk, Berkowitz, you know I love it, Berkowitz. Yes, I used to fill him out the mess here, potatoes and meat and this. Oh, he used to enjoy it. Whenever he used to come down the line, hey, Berkowitz, how is everything? How you feel? How you doing? Very nice man. So now, after so many years, I'm thinking I would love to know this man's name if he's alive, because right then there was, I think in August, he was transferred out from our company. He went to headquarters. He became a major to battalion headquarters. And who knows, maybe he served in Vietnam, because there was not a long distance to Vietnam. He was still eligible, he was still young for the army. Maybe he went even higher, maybe even a colonel, I don't know. But I would love to have his name, if he's alive. No, his name I know, a phone number, to call him, to talk to him, to thank him. I would love to, you know. It doesn't go so easy. Yeah, and then I saved up my time here in Korea, and I had the difficulties there too with my religion. A lot of them didn't like I'm a Jew, so they called me a Jew bastard. I hid him. A Polak, of course. Who else would do it? A Polak. I hid him. he says, I'm going to go and tell the lieutenant, report you. I said, go and tell him what you said. I have a witness here. And, you know, this and this and that. And thank God, I made it. And I came home, and I was in correspondence with my wife, because I met her 5 days before I left for Korea. I met her. I came home on furlough. A friend of mine in Newark, many years back in Newark, I came in, I had nowhere to go. I had a furnished apartment, I gave it up. So I came home, I went to him. He lived with his brother and sister-in-law. He says to me, his name is Leon. He still lives, he's here. Again, him and his brother, another one, are my best friends that we were liberated at the same time, the same thing, we were in the same camp, the best friends. So he says, Harry, I have for you a girlfriend to meet. I said, Leon, I don't need girls now, I'm going to Korea, I don't need it. He says, come and see her. I went up, beautiful girl, she's nice now, but she was 21, she was beautiful. I said, okay. So we started going out for the 5 days, and then I left, and she sent me to California. I was in Camp Stone, California. When I got there, she sent me a chain, you know, with a brace chain with a name and number and serial number. And I asked her, if you gonna write to me? She says, if you write, I'll answer. And we were writing every day letters. And we came home out of the army and we got married.
This is the end.